Alright, welcome back, folks. It's day 3 with Wagotabi. Oh, there of heaven. Wagotabi's playtest build, right? And we'll see. I think we're reaching the conclusion of whatever this build has. I might end the playtest thing with some closing remarks, maybe some early impressions, some initial impressions, and perhaps some concerns and or hopium for the future of this game. Let's do a review of what happened last time. So we managed to get to Marugame, right? We met the kanji professor. Wait, what was it? Psyche? Psyche, right? Psyche provided us with our kanji decks, which gives us an example of how we're going to collect kanji. I really like their organization. And a bit of comment about the organization. I think overall the UI is all right. It's very functional. I think it's quite on the functional side. So I made a comment that might not be for everyone, but for myself, especially for the initial purpose of the philosophy behind this game, I think function over fashion is definitely the name of the game here. Outside of that, that's pretty much what we got. And now we're in Marugame to basically challenge the Japanese master deaths in there. And I think that's where this is probably going to end. We enter some shenanigans. There's this thing about being a ninja, but I don't really know. You have to score something, so there's that. What did we learn? The nice thing about their organization, I think the organization is pretty okay for now. I think they're if this game is going to continue to expand, I think this type of organization might become a little bit too cumbersome at some point. So more on that later. But let's see if we go down. I think it's in order. Yeah, it's in order from recency. So we had the honorific. Oh. Location of action. Our day particle, right? Which they use. They also introduced what? Hanashimasu, shimasu, skurimasu. Did they? The honorific thing was pretty clever. On how they show that something align with something that's being blessed. Let's see. We got Uchiwa, the traditional Feian, introduced to some of the, I'm gonna say, the cultural influences of the Kagawa prefecture, right? Especially Marugame. We're about to enter a famous location, the famous Shinto shrine, like the Jinja on top of the mountain, right? Yama. So Konbirasen. Oh, there, Marco. And we got our cardinal directions, right? Higashi. Ooh, there's a cutoff there. Okay, there's still some like TLC spacing. I'm sure they're gonna iron this out on their soft launch. So Higashi, Nishi, Minami, and Kita, right? Environment ones, right? Umi, Yama, Kawa, and Ishi. Actually, Shoshinko used a different term. I have to compare them. So Ishi. Let's see. We got, yeah, right. すみません。はい、そうです。そうです。oh, and this one's new to me, actually. 違います。違います。And then, わかりました。So, that's not bad. And then the ne particle, conjunction with to. A slight sigh thing for the Dakuten. Dakuten. And yeah, oh, it was really cute. The kombini segment was pretty cute. This old guy helped us out. Buy a bento to bribe bribe the guard at the bridge. And oof, this is still a little bit rough for me. Hearing do and to is a little bit rough in isolation. So otomo versus, right, otoko noko and onna noko, and that is otona as opposed to do. Chan kun, and I think that's it. We stopped at, we stopped here on the first day. Yeah, those are our lessons. Not too bad. Nothing too out of the blue. We got some kanji that I am not familiar with, right? Okay, just picking these up. So namae, chiro. I mean, now they're familiar. I have largely still know the reads in hiragana. However, I can recognize them, but I can't write these yet. We'll see how that is. In this game, they allow you to write all of them. So,
城
oh, they also have.
寺
I was thinking it takes me right to it. I think you have to go into your dictionary. Yes. And then they have example problems sorted out. And then when you click on this, or not. Oh, it's under kanji. Right. Yeah. So you can practice writing anytime. Preferably with a tablet, and using a separate tablet driver is sufficient. The game is very responsive, at least on the PC version and in this playtest build. You can always go and do. Actually, the way this is written here might be interesting if they just jumble it every once in a while, or have like a shuffle. That'd be interesting. Have a pseudo shuffle command on this page so that you can go through it yourself. I mean, just as block. Like here, you can probably go through it, scan this, and then click on anyone that isn't familiar to you, and it will show up on the right. There are filters. Interesting. Use school grade. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. So you can still filter a lot. It seems like they put down quite a lot of groundwork for eventually being overwhelming, right? Because at some point. Oh, okay. Actually, that's not bad. Oh, that's a lot of filters. So, yeah. And then they have like JLPT, sorting. Yeah, the more filters, the better, I say, in terms of study material. More flexible it is. So that this scrolling doesn't become too overwhelming. Alright, and then that's about it. Yeah, pretty good summary. So we're gonna start with all our smart tests. Let's do it. Okay. Okay.
お
Oops.
はようございます。
Oh, we're saying good morning. My bad. 日本にうどんが
が
short. 花は子供と子供。
子供
I remember ど花ちゃん
ちゃん。
これ
これ。たかくんは家の右にいます。
くん
くん。
田中さんはUh-oh. Oh. 大人。
大人。
大人。おはようございます。
おはようございます。
女の子。
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 木の下に犬がいます。
木の下に。木の
木
下に。
下。木の下に犬がいます。
犬
が
が
います。木の下に犬がいます。
You got something to show me. Probably can't see it right now. Like I probably would refrain from seeing it right now. Let's see. This is otoko no ko.
男の子。
男の子。No, 男の子。いや、男の子。
男の子の左に花があります。
Okay. More math.
肉。肉。
Oh, Niku. Whoops. I heard Iku.
魚。
Or 佐々木さんです。Okay. What? Oh,か。
か。
いいえ、違います。
いいえ、違います。
田
田
中
中
です。
です。佐々木さんですか？
Okay.
いいえ、違います。
Yeah, there's some
田中です。
spacing. There's some spacing issues still. In this build.
肉。肉。
買います。
買います。
Under the table. 下に何ですか？何があります。
何？
Talk to the girl. Okay.女の子と話します。
女の子
と
話します。伝統。
Oops.
伝統。 おいしいですね。おいし
しい
いね。
ですね。すみません。
すみません。パンはおいしいです。
パン。
パン。
Alright, let's try again. 3 more. 東。
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 香川の川に魚がいます。
香川の
香川の川に魚がいます。
川。川に魚がいます。
川。
川。石。
石。
海。
海。
海。Okay. 西。
西。
南。
南。
Okay. Hello, daytime. Okay. こんにちは。
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 田中。
田中さんですか？
ですか？
はい、そうです。
はい、そうです。こんにちは。田中さんですか？はい、そうです。ビーチ。
Oh, that's right. Okay.
ビーチ。
山。
山。うどんをください。はい、わかりました。
うどんください。うどんをください。
おください。
はい、
はい、
わ
わかりま
し。
したた。うどんをください。はい、わかりました。
Alright, more points.
すみま
More
せ
points.
ん。何をしますか？
す
すみ
みません。
ません。
すみません。何をしますか？
をしますか？すみません。何をしますか？どこでコーヒーとパンを買いますか？
どこ
どこ
で
で
コーヒーとパンを
を
買いますか？
買いますか？どこでコーヒーとパンを買いますか？
どこでコーヒーとパンを買いますか？
ハンコ。
What? Oh, this is the seal or the stamp thing.
ハンコ。
Yes. Again, 女の子とこう話します。
話します。
話します。高松はリーディン公園の北にあります。
北。
Make or build. 家で Oh boy. Can I click on this? Okay.
作ります。
家で弁当。
家で弁当を作ります。
家で弁当を作ります。Okay. 名前。お名前は何ですか？
名前。
名前。
お名前は何ですか？
お名前。Oh, お名前は。Oh, okay. Alright, alright. I finally get it. Oh, that makes sense. お名前は。Okay. お名前は。Yeah, お名前は何ですか? Okay. Funny. Funny how I didn't see that for a while. Okay. Grab water.
お、
お、水
水。
がありますか?
ありますか？お水がありますか？
Okay. Okay, 神社.コンピラさん。コンピラさんは日本の神社です。
神社。コンピラさんは日本の神社です。
コンピラさんは日本の神社です。どこに丸亀のうちわがあります。
うちわ。
うちわ。
そこに丸亀のうちわがあります。
So, comes out about the same in the sentence. Alright. Our days. Okay. これは丸亀のOh, something. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, 城です。
城、寺、
寺。店。Interesting. Oh, we got all our smart tests done. Now let's do. See if got any quicker with this. All right. Ninja.
ゆまらもい
I didn't hit the R.
そちおきつとにめせうてばれぬじぞますせひかひなよせそむんしえひきじよそみおけちゃひ
I don't know how to type that one. Oh, okay.
ぞぺめみ
How do you?
ひゅ
Oh.
ふちずお
Oh.
ひゅ
Okay. What was I couldn't see it. B U. Oh, it's a U underneath there. Hey, I got a new one. New record. Not bad. Okay.
え
First try. Not bad.
い
They overlap too much.
く
I think the one closest to you being on top is probably a little bit better
おう
to see.
ことろむごくやのすよてしはぜえたおひのらだよむはすじへぶかおわつらどじらいぱせ
What?
ず
Oh my gosh.
る
Yeah, that one. You just don't see that very often, so you don't type it very often.
すお
Excuse me? Oh.
ひくりしかなあのせちまてもす
Oh.
やじばくそあうろうちぞらわねいせのおはそぬぶおみずつどえ
Wrong button.
ぶだむそ
What? Oh, you're supposed to type Jew? Oh, J-U. I kept typing J-Y-U. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's cheap. Fictitious distraction.
ふ
Jew. Hmm.
ひも
Jew. Gotta remember Jew.
てねゆむはき
Oh, it triggers both. Okay, even if it's
そて
hiragana and katakana.
たたおにぜでなごぞけお
Excuse me?
Be.
Oh. What did I keep typing? Dead?
Tsu. Te. O. I. To. Ni. Me. So. Ka. O. Ni. Mu. So. Tsu. Ta.
Okay.
Ta. Wa. U. Ta. Pu. Be. Yo. U. Zu. Ze. Wa.た、こ、む、の、も、ぷ、お、ば、と、こ、く、し、
Oops.
こ、
Wrong one.
た、ぶ、り、ず、き、ざ、う、わ、ば、ちゅ、お、しゃ、
Okay.
も、りょ、
Okay, that works.
ちゃ、す、お、
Oh, Rio. Ooh, oh, we have the virtual. Oh, maybe you need to get first to become a ninja. Hmm. Those are NPC scores, right? Wow. Okay. It doesn't take that long if you get the multiplier.
ぬ、も、ま、や、ぬ、れ、け、ぬ、い、り、こ、に、て、ゆ、こ、て、と、ぴ、ぺ、ぴ、
What? Oh. E, U, or Z? Okay.
く、む、え、ゆ、む、み、や、こ、お、れ、ね、ま、や、き、も、む、ら、て、め、か、べ、 るむきえずぜくれおもがなげ
Yeah.
ぜおいじきゆべた
Oh, it's Jew? No. Oh, what? Joe? Okay. I keep hitting for the G's. I keep hitting Y's, like Joe. Dang it. I need to keep that in mind. So all the okay, so she was it okay. One more time.
のれつはそい わに
Such a very uncommon one.
るふまろつゆなげのどぜ
Excuse me.
じ
Oh my gosh.
さごげぱんにばいずあらひびにおぷれざとぐいてもにょぷろぐぱけろぞいやもふ
Shoe? Oh. Shoe or no, okay. I was trying to do SY something. Okay. Sure. Let's do one more.
おうしおへてや
Oops.
しんおてめおぬんぬちしずがへおでがめぜけふすのずあくきればくんむあずる
You can't like you can't backspace and it throws you off the moment.
もゆう
Yeah, the moment you like skip a key, you can't backspace, so I keep hitting backspace, and then when you enter, you're entering every other key, which locks you in.
す
That's kind of a tough reset.
むく
I would
お
I would say this benefits from a backspace.
とお
Although then you would be like not combo breaking and all that stuff, so whatever. Oops.
あといたよわめによどろおくみがのかちらく
That's a typo.
つぜすやつややらじてきげゆきがやわりゃのぱは よふむてずどいおのつうぞあ りょ
That's a
ぶ
that's a rough one.
りゅてしゃれ
That's not too bad. A PU at the end, but that's not too bad. If if I can last that long while maintaining a combo, then you can get 12,000. Anyways, the first try of the day. That's what you get. All right. Now let's go take out the master, right? All right. Oh yeah, we have to go first to the shrine. Actually, before the master, we gotta get our Uchiwa blessed.
コンピラさんの神社は山の上にあります。
There are exactly 1,368 steps from here to the top of Konpira-san. Interesting.
はい、わかりました。神社の左にあります。
I see. Nonchalantly asking about a tomb.
川と海の中に魚がいます。
Okay.
山の上に行きますか？
山の上に行きますか? Wait. Are you going to the top of the mountain? What am I supposed to say here? Yes? Just confirm? Yeah, okay.
山の上に行きます。山の上に行きます。
うわ
ー。Wow. Alright. You know, I'm still missing whatever this is. And we can't rescue the guy in the lighthouse, but hang on. Okay. That's fine. Konpira Oshibai. Japan's oldest kabuki theater. Oh, kabuki. Alright. It's performed exclusively by men who play both male and female roles. Indeed. Show's about to start. Gonna approach the stage. Wait, hold. I must chat with everyone.
左の人は女の人ではありません。
左の人は女の子。女の人ではありません。I see.
男の人ですね。
男の人ですね。This person? I guess. It's kind of hard to tell. Kabuki actors don't wear masks, but paint their faces. The colors and shapes used are linked to the character's status and emotions. Indigo often represents an evil supernatural being. Interesting, like a vengeful ghost. Indigo. Alright. Ohayou gozaimasu. Yo. Okay. Table no. Yo. Oh, that's how you. Oh, okay. That's how you heal. Oh, they're saying. Oh, for the longest time, I didn't think they were saying heal. Okay, alright. Fair enough. Oh. Okay, we have a lesson. Long vowels. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The dreaded. Ooh. Hello there, Aaron. Doing pretty well. How are you doing? Let's see. Vowels ending with A are extended with. Oh, that's an interesting way to look at it. That is an interesting way to look at it. Let's see. So that makes sense. You extend an E with an E, and then you extend an O with an U. That is a great way to look at it, actually. Instead of it being the same letter, right? Like sensei. Oh, that's not a good example. Oh, they don't. Okay. No. This is not that. Although the U into the O. I wonder if they're gonna make a comment about the A into the E, and then the E into the E. For katakana words, long vowels are simply yeah with a long dash. They only talk about A, Ni, Ku, and this one, the A. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, right here. The like sensei. But he didn't talk about the I. Okay. Oh, that's it. Okay, fine. Okay. Can't interact with these. There you'll find steels. Wait. Stellus? Steels? I'm not familiar with this word actually. The central core of the stem and root of a vascular plant.
Steel.
Oh, that was loud. Steel. Okay. English. These donations help to preserve this historical site. Wait, what else did you say? You're in the most generous donors. Okay. Wait. The question is, did they I thought they might do like a funny fourth wall break or like a interesting fourth wall break for supporters, right?
すみません。お名前は何ですか?
Onamae wa nan desu ka? Uh-oh. The ho 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 is coming out. Ho ho ho.
私の名前はほほほーです。私の名前はほほほーです。
Dashi no mae wa ho 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 desu.
はじめまして。
Okay.
私の名前はめぐみです。
Mm-hmm.
よろしくお願いします。
Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. 6 things.
日本語
Nihongo. Sure.
勉強します。
Benkyou shimasu. I haven't seen these kanji like big. So that's it, huh? Probably. Interesting.
Oshiemasu.
Oshiemasu. Oh, interesting. That's new. Oshiemasu. Okay.
Benkyou shimasu. Oshiemasu. 日本語漢字
Kanji. Oh, really? Oh. They picked this of all. Kanji. Crown. Box. Probably. And then slide through. Yeah. Okay. G. Modified. G. Okay.
Hiragana.
Hiragana. Spelled hiragana.
Hiragana.
In hiragana. Fitting, isn't it?
Katakana.
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 Whoops. Hey.
Hiragana. 漢字カタカナ
Alright. Japan is 60%, I mean 60, is 70% mountains. Interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. Since ancient times, mountains have been treated as sacred and have always surrounded the Japanese. Alright. Neat. 70%? Wow. I guess a natural fault line, right? They're on a natural fault line. I suppose thinking about it now, not as surprising. Okay. Let's go in here.
おはようございます。
Okay.
そらくんと私は日本語を勉強します。
Hmm. Fair enough. Sora kun to watashi wa nihongo o benkyou shimasu.
日本語の何が好きですか？
Nihongo no nani ga suki desu ka? Wait. There's no right. What? You can probably pick any of these. We'll go with kanji.
日本語の漢字が好きですね。
はい、そうです。
私は寺の漢字が好きです。
寺、私は寺、okay, I see. 寺の漢字が好きです。寺寺 is okay. Wait, what do you like
そら
about...
くんと
Wait.
私は日本語の何が好きです
What
か？
about ひらがな？
ひらがなですか？ 私はひらがなのあとおが好きです。
あとお Interesting. Oh, like, and あとおが好きです。ひらがな。Honestly, I really do like O. Yeah, you got me there. O.
そらくんと私は日本語の何が好きで
What
す
about
か？
katakana?
カタカナね。
Katakana.
私はカタカナのかが好きで
Ka?
はありません。
Yeah. Wait. Oh, you don't like it. Wait. 私はカタカナのかが好きではありません。Okay. Yeah, ka's a little bit overrated in katakana. Which one in katakana? Honestly, Sue.
ひらがなのかが好きです。
Oh, I see what she did there. She picked favorites because the ka and the two kas. True. I do like the hiragana ka a little bit more than the katakana ka. It's a little more balanced with that stroke. And a little bit more curvy, right? Not an edgelord. Konpira-san has long been a landmark for sailors because of its high altitude. Oh.
いらっしゃいませ。コーヒーが好きですか？
Oh, I don't even get a chance to drink coffee? Okay. Alright. That's fine. I'm over it.
すみません。あそこのお店で、そらくんと漢字を勉強しますか？
Interesting. あそこのお店で、そらくんと漢字を勉強しますか? Someone over there studying? Are you telling me to be quiet?
男の子です。
No. 男の子です。What? I guess I'll just make a sentence out of this. Oh, wait.
漢字
Two spaces? 店。
お店公園
Ay, ay, ay. Do you put a kanji in front?
伝統
I don't know what this is getting at.
お公園空くん
Oh, wait. No, no. So you're studying at a place with two things.
男の子です
Can we go
あ
back?
そこのお店で空くんと漢字を勉強しますか
Okay. あそこのお店で right? お店でカラ君と Oh. Oh. Okay, okay, okay.
男の子です
Why
あ
would you
そ
tell
こ
me
の
this?
す
Hold
み
up.
ませんあそこのお店で空くんと漢字を勉強しますか
What store are we talking about? So, are you going to study with Sora-kun at the store over there? Like the store?
男の子です
And then a boy? It's a boy? I'm a little lost, but we can get this.
お店
お店で
空
Sora-kunと
勉強します
Oh.
空くん漢字を勉強しますお店で空くんと漢字を勉強します
Oh, we were supposed to describe what they're doing. Oh, okay.
よろしくお願いします
I was very lost in that what the person is trying to
すみませんあそこのお店で空くんと漢字を勉強しますか男の子ですよろしくお願いします
Okay, okay. So so I can't go over there because I'm confused. Fine.
勉強しますカタカナを勉強します
Oops. Not typing.
カタカナ 勉強します。漢字。日本語の漫画です。日本語。ひらがな。日本語を教えます。日本語を教えます。日本語を教えます。
教えます。New vocab. Hang on. So let me
すみません。あそこのお店で、そらくんと漢字を勉強しますか？
right. So are you going to study kanji with Sora at that store over there?
男の子です。
I don't understand this otokonoko desu. It's a or he or it's a
よ
boy.
ろしくお願いします。
Am I being a pep right now? I guess I go in here and I need to study with someone here.
おはようございます。
There's Soda.
お名前は何ですか？
Oh, okay.
私の名前はほほほです。私、
はじめまして、空です。
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I guess the person was just telling me to instructing me to study and they're saying it's a boy. Okay. Okay, that kind of makes sense. It checks out. It's fine. Watashi to kanji probably.
漢字
Kanji o
を
勉強しますか？
勉強しまか？私と漢字を勉強しますか？
はい、わかりました。ほほほーさんと漢字を勉強します。日本語の漢字を教えます。
教えます。Ah, okay. Fair enough. 日本語を勉強します。Yep. Okay. That's fine.
人
Oh, sure.
人は川の東へ行きます。
Lots of combinations of stuff. The he, gashi, kawa. Alright, with hito. Whoops.
女の人
Oh yeah. 女の人. Oh, okay.
男の人
Okay. 男の人. So we got what? 男の子. 女の子. No, yeah, 人. Okay. Hello there, Jack.
人女の人男の人外国人
外国人. Mm-hmm. 外国人.
先生
先生. Okay.
先生、外国人。
ほほほーさんは日本語を勉強しますね。
Okay. Okay. Now we're good to go. Are you gonna stop me again, dude? Okay.
清水さんと話します。はい、わかりました。はい。
She's just talking to the dude. Yeah, you get to see this game.
恵美子さんと話します。
Alright, they're just talking to each
は
other.
い、わかりました。
They can't be bothered.
恵美子さんは女の人です。
女の人です。Okay.
清水さんは男の人です。
Yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Reinforcement. Interesting. Wait. Wait, I don't remember this person. The only person that I remember that made stuff was the udon guy. Those 1,368 steps were well worth the effort. The view is
山
magnificent.
の上にいます。海は下にあります。海が好きです。またね。
These are 1,300 and what? 68? 67? Oh, I already forgotten. 68.
山の上に
Yes,
海
yes,
は
yes.
海が好きです。またね。
1,368 steps. Right here. Easy. Okay. Let's say. Okay. Yugin, creator of Uchiwa Marugame. Okay. Oh. Okay. I see. Right?
神社。
Okay. Okay, fair enough. We got it. Let's go talk to what's his name? Where did the dude go? Man, imagine this game put in all 47 prefectures. Yikes. Big game. 外国人。
外国人。あれは男の人のハンコです。あれは男の人のハンコです。男の人。
先生。
先生。
人。
人。
人は川の東へ行きます。
マリカさんは女の人です。
マリカさんは女の人です。
女の人。
More mastery points. What's this? No. Wait. Difficult. Wait, what is this difficult slice of pie thing is? Oh, wait, no, I don't actually know. Well, 9 hours? Okay.
お城の中に行きますか？
はいそうなお城の中に行きます。Yeah, just acknowledging. Oh, it's time. Oh boy. Here we go. Last two guys. Oh,
男の人。日本語を話します。日本を話します。男の人。
oh no. Oh no, I got a review. Let's just enter.
がいい
That's fine. I don't remember.
ひらがなを教えます。ひらがを
ひら
がなを教えます。
Oh yeah,
教えます。
Shie.
すみません。日本。寺。
日本の寺。
お寺ですか？
We got the honorific. カタカナ勉強します。人。Oh, that's very laxed.
香川の先生はお城の中にいます。
No. Okay. Shie, right. I need Demas. Oshiemas. Oshieru. Okay, let's try that again.
.ひらがなを教えます。ひらがを教えます。カタカナ。勉強します。教えます。
I typed out That was a typo for sure. I don't know what it was. I wasn't looking.
カタカナを勉強します。カタカナ、勉強。男の人。
I'm gonna make sure I look at that again. I keep hitting the wrong key consistently, so something's off.
ビーチで漢字を勉強します。ビーチ。漢字を勉強。いいえ、田中ではありません。いいえ、田中ではありません。きのこ先生ですか？先生でか？
Oh, I know what I did. I know what the typo is. It's the first syllable.
教えます。
Okay. Yeah, I typed K instead of Ben. I typed K N Kenkyo shimasu instead of Benkyo shimasu. I keep typing K instead of B both times. I saw the... Yep. Okay, anyways. Up we go. It's just a whale. Oh, really? Tuzaburo. Wait. That's a reference I'm not familiar with. Old. Go. Oh, ooh, oh. What? Nah, it can't be that, right? I have no idea. I don't know what that reference is. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
丸亀のお城の名前は石のお城です。
丸亀のお城の名前は石のお城です。石のお城 That's the name. Interesting. Rock Castle. Castle on the rock. Ishino Oshiro. Having a rest after all these stairs. Legend has it that screams can be heard coming from the well in front of the castle. Yeah, indeed. What if I interact with it again? Oh, that... Okay, so it's kind of like an urban legend thing. Okay. Alright. Here we are. The grand finale. Oh. What is this game? It looks fire. It's a game called Wagotabi. It's gonna have a soft launch soon. And actually, I forgot to mention this, but the release on Steam got pushed to Q1 of 2025. I just noticed the store page. I just noticed that the store page updated. It got pushed. But there is a soft launch on mobile for New Zealand and Belgium for whatever reason this year. And there might there's gonna be more launches as they roll out for mobile first though. This is a mobile game. And it's a Japanese learning game. Kind of mapped in the style and nostalgia of a JRPG. However, everything takes place around modern Japan. So you get to learn a little bit here and there about Japanese trivia and exposure. No running?
人ですか?
I wasn't running. Listen. Hi, so this. Am I a foreigner? Hi.
乗ります.
Okay, norimasu. Alright. To get on a train. Yeah, fair enough. Norimasu. Sure.
電車.
Densha. Right.
切符.
Ipu.
切符.
What level do you think this is considered for? They tell you what level it's considered for. It starts at the beginning. And they want to cover for as long as popularity ensues. They're plan on rolling updates. It's gonna be a rolling updated game. This is a from zero game. I don't think so. Don't know. On Steam, as it is not clear yet. What type of model? This is an indie developer. It's 4 people in Japan who collaborates with like teachers and local prefectures, and so it's not clear what type of model they're gonna use to sustain it. And it's a from zero plan, so you start from zero. Their plan for the first set of roadmaps is to cover all of N5 with 5 prefectures. And I'm on a playtest build that might be also close to the soft launch one, which only has the first prefecture. Kagawa. Or Kagawa. Let's see.
切符.
Kipu.
電車.
Densha.
乗ります.
She. Oh, okay. That explains that.
県.
Ken. Ken.
香川県にコンピラさんがあります.
That explains a lot of the Shashinko notices, like Ken and Sheet, but makes sense. It kind of describes itself, really.
し、県、から、まで.
Kara and Made. Yep. Kara, Made, until. From, until. Yeah, start of the statement, end of the statement. Wow. Introduced very early. 北
から
北から
南
南
まで
まで行きます。
行きます。北から南まで行きます。
北から南まで行きます。
外国人ですね。
はい、そうです。
香川の日本語の先生は上にいます。
Okay. Fair enough. Okie dokie. There's a hidden room. Okay. Yikes, I'm back to square one. Okay, those kanji on the second floor all look the same. Remember to take a look at your kanji decks if you can't remember a kanji. Alright, fair enough. Unlike most castles in Japan, Marugame Castle has no central pillar. Interesting. Instead, there are numerous pillars on its sides. It's a particularly fragile castle. Interesting. Oh, cute. Very cute. Soto. Eki. Sakana. Fair enough. Yes, the kanji decks. Yes. Hilarious. Shi. Ana. Mizu. What is this? Maybe I shouldn't have stepped on that? We'll see. Oh, wait. We have to do our...
佐貫市から丸亀市まで行きます。
We gotta do our our smart test. At all times. Sanuki shi.
佐貫市から丸亀市まで行きます。
Wait, whoa. Oh, no, that's fine.
からまで
I heard something else. Never
行
mind.
きます。佐貫市から丸亀市まで行きます。
Yeah, because shikara. Sanuki shikara marugame shimade kimasu. Yeah, the she comes out
乗
really
ります。
a lot quicker.
乗ります。
Right.
し
She. わかりました。駅で切符
切符わかりました。駅で切符を買います。
切符を買います。Okay. 香川県にコンピラさんがあります。
県
電車
電車
Got our mastery points. All right. Back to the main event. All right. Oh, neat. Oh, that's cute. Directions? You're using cardinal directions to tell you. Oh. Very cute. Wait, but this says goes up. Can I? Oh. So you can traverse, okay, traverse the water. Okay, that goes back. This goes... Wait, if this goes north, do you just land in the water? What happens when you land in the water? Oh no, it just stops there. Okay, that's fine. Left, up, right, east, south, That goes back. East, south, east, north. Okay. Okay, that's cool. Neat. Very neat. How are you doing?
はじめまして。私は何を食べますか？
That looks like a bowl of something. Do we have udon? Okay. Sure.
東
Higashi. Higashi wa
は
udon. Udon. Oh. Oh. I've got honorifics.
3
Higashi. Her name is Higashi. Higashi-san
は
wa
うどん
udon
を
o
食べま
tabemasu.
す。東さんはうどんを食べます。
え
どこでうどんを作りますか？
Doko de udon o tsukurimasu ka?
さぬき
Sanuki.
し
Sanuki-shi de
で
udon. Udon o
Oh.
tsukurimasu. Provided it's imported from the city over, or not imported, but delivered from the city over.
作ります。さぬき市でうどんを作ります。西川さんはコーヒーが好きですか？
Nishigawa-san wa kohi ga suki desu ka? I don't know. I didn't ask. Yet. Oh, I'm supposed to talk to the left. Wait. No, actually, Nishigawa. Do I know who Nishigawa is? I wasn't paying attention to the person's name. It might be the store owner, actually.
いいえ、
No.
違います。
Wait. Is Nishigawa here? Let's find out.
はじめまして。
Nakakawa. Oh, it's one
ど
of
こ
these
で
people.
弁当とパンを買いますか？
Doko bento to pan o kaimasu ka? Konbini, right?
コンビニ
Konbini de bento. Bento what? Oh. Bento to pan o
を
kaimasu.
買います。コンビニで弁当とパンを買います。
丸亀市で何を作りますか？
Marugame shite de nani o tsukurimasu ka? Marugame. You buy a fan. So uchi wa? So marugame de
うちは
uchi wa o
を
o uchi wa? Oh,
し
chi
で
de
う
uchi
ちは
wa o
を
kaimasu.
買います。
Oh,
いいえ、違います。
wait. Didn't you say what I did?
は
Okay,
じめ
hold
ま
up.
して。どこで
Do I need to bless it? Can I bless it? No. Okay. Heckin.
コンビニ
Hold up. I misread that.
とを買います。
丸亀市で何を作りますか？
Fish?
Ishi.
Hey. What do they make?
De. 魚 寺 し、魚
I didn't get the impression that they did, but okay.
で、魚を作ります。
いいえ、違います。
Oh, wait.
はじめまして、緑です。漫画と犬が好きです。
I like that the kid's name is Midori and they're green, obviously. Alright, sure.
はじめまして。
Oh, this is Nishikawa.
パーテーは私の猫です。
Ate. Wait,
パーテー
Ate. What the?
パ
Okay.
ーテーはどこですか？
Ate. Interesting.
パーテー
Who's Pate? Wait. Who the heck is Pate? Oh, maybe this person? No, that's not the person's name.
パーテーは私の猫です。
Oh, it's a cat? Alright, I need
パー
to...
テーはどこですか？
Hold.
はじめまして。
Can I
パー
leave?
テーはどこですか？
No, I can't. Okay, so you can't cancel out of dialogue. That might be a useful option here. I don't know. Let's take a guess. I don't see. So
パーテーは
it's not here. It's probably over there somewhere.
あそこ
Ate is probably somewhere over
にいます。パーテーはあそこにいます。
somewhere over there.
みどりちゃんは男の子ですか？
Midori-chan wa otoko no ko desu ka? Hai. Hai, so desu. Oh, wait.
はい、
Yeah.
そうです。
And then they just want me to say it? Okay.
みど
Midori-chan
りちゃん
wa...
男の子
That's
女の子
onnanoko desu.
です。
Wait,
いいえ、違います。
Midori? I can't tell! Are you a...
はじめまして、緑です。漫画と犬が好きです。
Wait. Oh, there's the cat.
はじめまして。パーテーはどこですか？パーテーはあそこにいます。みどりちゃんは男の子ですか？
They told me that. Wait. Oh, okay.
はい、
Wait.
そうです。
Oh,
いいえ、違い
Just
ま
kidding.
す。緑
I guess.
はちゃんは女の子です。
Okay.
いいえ、違います。みどりちゃんは女の子です。
I was supposed to contradict them. I don't know. I really not kids. Kind of hard to tell.
みどりちゃん
But okay.
は何が好きですか？
I guess. I guess. Nishikawa referring to Midori-chan was supposed to help. Oh wait. Actually, speak to her again. There's probably enough to tell. Midori-chan wa nani ga suki desu ka? Manga? Manga here. Okay. Wait. I thought she like. Wait a minute. Alright, we're just gonna YOLO this.
緑
You can't exit out of this.
ちゃんは
Oh, manga is already here. Never mind. Just kidding. Sorry, provided.
漫画
Oh, you can click on all of these things too.
が好きです。
Right.
と本が好きです。
I don't know what
いいえ
else she
違
likes.
います。
Yeah. I
は
wasn't
じ
paying
めまし
attention.
て。緑です。漫画と犬が好きです。
Oh, Inu. Okay.
はじ
And
め
why do
ま
you
して。
guys have a
パーテ
cat?
ーはどこですか？パ
Oh
ー
my
テ
gosh. Okay, fine.
ーは
I need to pay more attention.
あそこ
They're not in the correct order. I wasn't paying attention.
にいます。緑ちゃんは男の子ですか？
Okay, I guess if that person is referring to Midori-chan, I suppose.
いいえ、違います。緑ちゃんは女の子です。緑ちゃんは何が好きですか？緑ちゃんはと犬が好きです。緑ちゃんは大人ですか？
Yeah. Chikaimasu.
東さんはです。
Gashi-san wa... Gashi's over here. Onna no hito.
これは何ですか？
Dencha.
はい、そうです。香川の日本語の先生は上にいます。
Okay. That little, like, thud scared me. I thought I got it incorrect. Alright. Okay.
こ
What's
こ
this?
に本があります。
Okay. Did I get
はじめ
anything
ま
from
し
you?
て。どこで弁当とパンを買いますか？
Did I already do this? Right.
コンビニでとを買います。
丸亀市で何を作りますか？
Oh. I was kind of hoping to find more information somewhere.
しで
Says what do they make or build? So
うちはを作ります。
did I
丸亀
not
市でうちわを作ります。
wait, hold up. Did I not click on this the first time and it came out negative? Or am I
図書館の中に何がありますか？
never mind. 図書館の中に何がありますか？図書館の中、OK。中に何がありますか？図書館
の
の中に本堂。Game says you didn't? Listen, I could have sworn I did it. Maybe it was in a different order. 図書館 maybe I messed up the order. 図書館の中に本堂漫画
と
Yeah.
漫画が
あります。
あります。図書館の中に本と漫画があります。
何を飲みますか？
何を飲みますか？ 水
どこで電車の切符を買いますか？
駅
丸亀市のお城の名前は何ですか？
Wait. お城。お城。Wait a minute. Castle. Wait. 丸亀市のお城の名前ね。名前は何ですか？ I mean, not the name. Anna? That's not a name. It's probably this.
はい、そうです。日本語のマスターですね。
Oh, yeah, rock. Rock. Castle on the rock. That's right. I was like, what is that kanji? It's rock. Ishi. Castle on the rock. Or on the... Is it rock? We'll find... I'm gonna go double check. Master.
香川県の日本語の先生はお城の上にいます。
Uh-huh. Hold up. That was rock, right? Hang on. Oh, they replaced the words. That's cool. So they replace kanji with kanji. So they're going retroactively replacing all the English words. Like literally, even in the UI. Nice. Oh, excellent. Stone. Oh, stone. Yeah, I'm starting to think that the other term is rock and this is stone. We unlocked all our kanji. Yeah, this is the end of the build. Wait, she asked what he liked. I didn't quite figure out what he liked. Wait, hold up. Go to this guy.
はじめまして、北川です。
Okay. Kitakawa.
お名
Sure.
前は何ですか？
ほほほほ。
ほほほー。
ほほほ。Sorry.
はじめまして。ほほほーさん。私の名前、ほほほーです。
Oops.
は、ほほほーです。はじめまして。
ほほほ。
私の名前は、ほほほーです。
よろしくお願いします。私は外国人です。ほほほーさんは日本人ですか？
いいえ、違います。
違います。
私
は
は外国人です。いいえ、違います。私は外国人です。
はい、わかりました。外国人ですね。日本語を勉強しますね。市は何ですか？
sheは、sheは、I get it. sheは、
はい、
漢字。
そうです。市は何ですか？
カタカナ。
はい、そうです。すは 何ですか？
cheeky, cheeky. I see what you did there.
はい、そうです。ルーは何ですか？はい、そうです。香
Oh,
川県の日本語の先生はお城の上にいます。
oh, I see. That's why they had colored blocks. Okay, okay. I guess we'll just.
はじめまして、私は何を食べますか？
Hmm.
東さんはうどんを食べます。東さんはうどんを食べます。どこでうどんを作りますか？さぬきしでに作ります。いいえ、違います。
Oh, whoops. I used the wrong particle.
はじめまして、私は何を食べますか？東さんはうどんを食べます。どこでうどんを作りますか？さぬきしでを作ります。西川さんはコーヒーが好きですか？
We just need to know. Yeah, 近い。
中川さんはうどんが好きですか？
Oh, maybe like they're not there, so you just assume no?
いいえ、違います。
How would you know about these guys? You asked them? They didn't say anything.
はじめまして、私は何を食べますか？
Wait, hold up.
東さんはうどんを食べます。どこでうどんを作りますか？さぬきしでを作ります。西川さんはコーヒーが好きですか？中川さんはうどんが好きですか？中川さんの家はどこですか？
Oh, maybe their name was supposed to give off the hint. Maybe. I don't know. No. What? How would you... Okay.
中川さんの家
Well, I don't know. Naka. So let's see. Nakakawa. Maybe like in. Well, we'll just assume it's the middle. So like. Oh wait, that guy's the foreigner, isn't it? But no, you wouldn't know. Oh,
高松
we're just gonna go with like, since it's Naka, we'll just say Takamatsu.
しにあります。いいえ、違います。
I don't know how you would know any of this.
香川県の日本語の先生はお城の上にいます。
Oh,
香川県の日本語の先生は
no.
お城の上にいます。
Oh, I was supposed to stand here. Okay, wait. Let's see. Oh, I was supposed to stand here and just eavesdrop. Okay, fair enough. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, Tanuki. I was supposed to stand there and eavesdrop. Okay, fair enough.
はじめまして。
Fair enough.
私は何を食べますか？
Imagine eavesdropping. Okay, alright, fair enough. They answered all the questions. We were supposed to eavesdrop on their conversation.
東3
Boy. It was definitely not what I would first think of.
は
I just go up to them and ask them. Okay.
うどんを食べます。どこでうどんを作りますか？さぬきし
I was relying on like all the information you collected up to this point. So this is an information you collected up to this point. But the eavesdropping works too.
でを作ります。西川さんはコーヒーが好きですか？中川さんはうどんが好きですか？中川さんの家はどこですか？中川さんの家さぬき市にあります。中川さんの家はさぬき市にあります。はい、そうです。香川の日本語の先生は上にいます。
Dang. Just needed to eavesdrop. Yeah, it even tells you where the udon is being made. Yeah, okay. For future reference. Read. Here we are. What the heck?
日本人ではありませんね。
Mm-hmm. 香川県の日本語の先生ですか？
はい、そうです。私のお城が好きですか？
好きです。Oh, and we just go into it. Alright. Okay.
高松は栗林公園の北にあります。
What? Oh. I saw stone and no. Heck you. Oh my gosh.
子供犬高松行きます。おください。はい。わかりま。私の家はあそこです。 からまで行きます。
Oops.
と、お茶をください。香川のうどんは美味しいです。私の猫は家の前にいます。これは木です。
Dang, that is actually really hard. Holy heck. I thought I was going pretty alright in speed. But man, I need to like improve by 20 by a noticeable margin. Dang. You'll receive my hanko after a short
日
lesson.
本語を教えます。
Okay, 教えます。
私と日本語を勉強しますか？
Alright. 日本語を勉強します。Okay. Verb negation. Okay, masen. Wow, then let's just go into it. Okay. Okay, there's the construction. I see. Fair enough. Wait! Oh, interesting. They went with the... They went with the irregular first. Interesting. The dewa arimasen.
これは私のハンコです。丸亀市のうちわのハンコですね。香川県の北に岡山県があります。
香川県の北に岡山県があります。
あそこに岡山県の日本語の先生がいます。
Okay.
高松駅に岡山市の電車の切符があります。またね。
Wait. Are you saying I can go there? Wait. Are you saying there's more? Oh, please say. お願いします。Oh, and then there's the shortcut. Hold. Brace. That's actually really hard. Dude, you have to go so quickly. And you have no time to listen to phrases. You just gotta go. Wait. Real talk though. I need to know. Like, what's going on here? And I can't become a ninja yet. Wait, where is this place? I missed something? Wait, hold up. Ain't no way. I missed something? Is that button supposed to be a secret? Oh. I kind of want to know what happens when you hit the wrong button. Okay, do you go back? Yeah, the fan changed colored. Wait, hope it's not timed. Oh, you have to go back correctly. Whoops. Okay, you have to go back correctly. The buttons are still active. Okay. Alright. You got me. Wait. Or not? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, no, I'm not confused. I swear that thing was blue, wasn't it? Hang on. There's gotta be there's a secret. Come on, secret. Can I interact with this?
うちは
Wait, what if I maybe I could Well, we know what happens when you step on the wrong one. I was curious what happens when you step on the wrong one. It just resets you back to the beginning. But
うちは
why are those there? There might be something in the other room.
うちは
Maybe there's a secret here? This goes back, right? This goes up. These are blue fans. This one takes me right. Down. The other one takes me back. Wait. No. Takes me left. Yeah, this is the dead end. Maybe there's something on the next floor. Is there anything off the screen? No? Can I interact with this? No?
これはお茶です。
Hmm. Hmm. Fix us up here. Oh. Oh, maybe it's what? Oh, I know where the star is, but what is this thing? The heck?
外国人ですね。香川の日本語の先生は上にいます。
What? Okay. What if I just get the third star, right? Okay.
.香川県にコンピラさんがあります。しバス
Wait.
のバスにいます。讃岐の海に何がありますか？タカ君は家の右にいます。これ丸亀の城ですか？
Rushing, always rushing.
香川のうどんは美味しいです。これは木です。は店
Oh.
の店
I guess you can use mise?
は
Oh.
店はどれですか？
Yeah, sure. That really sucked.
田中さん、おはようございます。
Uh. Son of a...
さぬき、海。何ありますか？日本語を教えます。すみません。お茶はどこですか？どこにでとを買いますか？外国人の名前は何ですか？
That is so hard. Oh no. Alright, alright. Oh, do you get more mastery points when you're... Oh, okay. While you're doing this? Hey, I lost so much points on that one. I lost so much time on that one prompt. Okay. Because it takes forever to scan everything. Instead of just typing it. Oh my gosh, okay.
公園西城があります。
No.
お城があります。田中さん、こんばんは。おください。はい。わかりま。
What? Oh.
私の猫は家の前にいます。私の猫は家の前にいます。
Hello? Ugh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna need to review that. I draw a blank for too long. Okay. Iro. Oh. Hey, Lois.
のうどんが好きです。田中です。よろしくお願いします。花は何です。香川の川に魚がいます。そこに丸亀のうちわがあります。こんばんは。マリですか？いいえ、違います。からまで行きます。
Oops.
これ丸亀のお城です。田中さんは家の左にいます。讃岐の海に何がありますか？
Slower. How was my America no he? Oh, my American Day? Oh, that's a cute way of saying it. It was alright. I did the usual. Nothing to write home about. How about you? That's a very clever way to say July 4th. What do Californians do these days, Lotus? Yakemashita? Yakemashita. You worked? I don't know. Oh, sunburn. Yeah, okay. I know how you say worked. I just don't know what you could possibly say. Sunburn. You got to watch fireworks, so that was cool. Okay, so you're a fireworks watcher. I see. I'm just kidding. That sounds delightful. I heard fireworks, Lotus. I got to hear fireworks.
おはようございます。田中でか？はい。田中さん、ありがとうございます。高松市は北にあります。
Oops.
私の猫はそこです。
Dude. They're fun to hear if they aren't too close. Yeah, I know, right?
駅に行きます。またね。田中さんは家の外にいます。すみません、何をしますか？わかりました。駅で切符を買います。わかりました。駅で切符を買います。わかりました。駅で切符を買います。
Oh. That's too late. Took too long. Oops. Screw you. It said it threw you off by including some of the
ど
text.
れを買いますか？すみません。日本お寺ですか？ 丸亀は高松の西にあります。
Oops.
田中さんはコンビニにいます。
typo.
田中さんはコンビニにいます。こんばんは。マリですか？いいえ。私の家はあそこです。
Oops.
田中さんは家の左にいます。これは木です。女の子の後ろに猫がいます。からまで行きます。ななちゃんは公園の前にいます。私の犬はここです。おいしいです。おいしいね。木の下に犬がいます。それは犬です。犬は右へ行きます。
Oh, dang it. Mm. We can't turn yellow. We can't pass the halfway point. This takes too long to wait for the audio to play. Oh, what? I can't, like, there's no way you can read that in time. Like, in this stage.
男の子は魚を食べます。日本語を話します。
Oh my gosh.
日本語公園日本語を勉強します。こんばんは。田中さんか？はい。外国人名前は何です？猫は水を飲みます。私の猫はそこです。
Oops.
私の家はあそこです。図書館の外に花があります。田中さん、こんばんは。
What? Dude, that is so ridiculous. What do you mean this is too easy for me? I think you kind of missed the point here.
奥田
You haven't succeeded yet.
「これは何です？」か？いいえ、違います。棚です。私はコーヒーを飲みます。私の猫は家の前にいます。
Oh my gosh.
タカ君は家でうど
It
んを
was
さぬきのビーチに石があります。花は何です？それは犬です。図書館の漫画が好きです。図書館の漫画はどれですか？きのこ先生ですか？木の下に犬がいます。丸亀は高松の西にあります。か？はい、そうです。お茶です。家にテーブルがあります。
Come here. Come here. Nej, Arya. Nej, Arya. Ni tingnan geliyor. Çay. Kaya kahve Hmm. Mẹ ni mong muốn nữa. Hmm. Okay. Hmm.
おください。はい。わかりま。お、名前。何です？田中さん、またね。男の子の左に花があります。タカ君は家の右にいます。人は川の東へ行きます。さぬきの海に何がありますか？後ろへ行きます。またね。家で弁当を作ります。
Okay.
こんにちは。田中ですか？はい。わかりました。駅で切符を買います。わかりました。駅で切符を買います。
What?
わかりました。駅で切符を買います。
Oh. Too late. Takes too long. Hello there. Excuses. It's Sub-Zero.
これは木です。すみません。何をしますか？外国人。名前は何です？後ろへ行きます。またね。田中さん、おはようございます。店の店はどれですか？ひらがなを教えます。たかくんは家でうどんを食べます。
How's it going so far? This is the last thing in this area. But I'm trying to get I'm trying to get it. But yeah, it's not fast enough. Okay.
のうどんが好きです。
What the?
水水ありか？外国人。名前は何ですか？ をください。はい。わかりま、
Sorry. Man, dude.
から、
Get stressed.
まで、行きます。田中さん、ありがとうございます。か？はい、そうです。です。公園。日本語。を勉強。のうどんが好きです。
What the heck? I was gonna type that.
.図書館の漫画が好きです。田中さん、こんにちは。
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah,
こ
I
れ
just
は木です。お、水、ありますか？うどん、をください。
We got it! I lost so much time on that one prompt. Alright, alright, alright. That took too many tries. Ugh. Speed, time really is not great. Having to do things timed is not great. You had like on average, you had to average 3 to 4 seconds, less than 3 to 4 seconds for that particular one. I can't find this one thing. Okay. All right. There's a secret here somewhere, or there's something here that I don't know. I can't find it. This is really stressful. I kind of like it though. That was very stressful. Now it's time to chill a little. So like,
うちわ
Maybe you don't press this button at all? To do something? It's not this room either. So I don't know. Yeah. Not this room at all. There's nothing to interact. Oh, maybe
香
it's...
川県の日本語の先生は
No,
お
no,
城
no,
の
no.
上にいます。
ここに本があります。
It's nothing to do with Neko-chan.
うちわ
Wait? Oh, no. Hmm.
香川県の北に岡山県があります。あそこに岡山県の日本語の先生がいます。高松駅に
Yeah, this is
またね。
all the same stuff. I don't know. I'm missing something. And I don't like it. Maybe we'll chalk it up to build?
うちわ
Yeah. Okay, let's reset this, right? I don't see a difference. Okay, let's leave. And this time, don't press the button. Alright, that's the only thing left. Oh wait, I can just go back this way. Right? Don't press the button. And then walk backwards or something. There's a scroll somewhere. I refuse. Oh, also, we're gonna find out if there's something more after this. Or it just concludes. Oh no, this was the same color. Never mind. I could have sworn it was blue. Yeah, there's nothing... Okay, we're not gonna press this button. We're just gonna go up. I don't see a difference. I don't see any differences. Yeah, so I don't know what the purpose of that button is. Whoops. Whoops, I went the wrong way again. Oh. I really need to stop doing that. I'm deep in thought. What about this? No. I thought maybe like you hit something. And then that one just goes back down. It just throws you back down. Yes, oh my gosh, I need to pay attention. Yeah, the Team Rocket stuff? Yeah. Only now you need to know Japanese, you know? You need to know your kanji. You know? Although you could do it with the process of elimination. Or association. Right? What is what? What is that? What is that? What? So yeah, I didn't press the button at all. I don't know what... Oh, I guess the button is just permanently depressed. Because it looks like these guys are permanently completed too. I don't know. I don't know where the last scroll thing is. Alright. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just peace out. There's still one more area. Alright. Okay. I also can't become a ninja. Feels bad, man. Wait, let's quick travel. So let's see what happens. Let's see if the playthrough just ends. And I'm missing something here too. I'm like missing a lesson. You gotta collect them all. Alright, so they said we can just take the station. Oh, okay, it's the last, okay.
ありがとうございます。ブブは私の犬です。高松市から岡山県まで行きますか?
Good, thank you. Here's a little lesson about... Okay. How come I didn't get this earlier? To and... To adding a small... Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, let's go.
Konnichiwa.
Oh yeah. I guess I can buy tickets now because I'm competent.
ここからどこまで行きますか?
Wait, is there more?
"ここから岡山市まで行きますか?" 電車の切符を買います。電車の切符を買います。ありがとうございます。
Hold? Aww. Aww, okay. Yeah. We figured. Yeah, they want to complete like the first 5 prefectures to cover N5. Right. Yeah, free updates. Right, I still have to join Discord, right? No. Wait. Oh, ooh. Oh man. That's cute.
Jinja.
The construction area. Yeah, patrons. Aww. Oh, they include all the patrons. Is it a really long list? Someone's name is Aru-san? Okay. I'll do it later. Don't hesitate to join. Yeah, we're gonna join the Discord. I'll join the Discord and Steam page. Cute. You love reading different languages? I have already finished 4 Japanese novels. This is the 5th. Wait, what are you reading though? Can't see. Wait.
ここに 本があります。ここに
Is there any
本がある。ここ
references?
に本がある。
Oh, these are actually the developers. Yeah, the name of the developers. I think this guy is one of the leads. Yeah, these are the four. Jojo, Amatsu, Isanami. It's in the credits. Oh, wait, why are you here? Why are you listed twice? But anyways, it's these guys. Oh, Izanagi and Izanami. Whoops. Yeah. So, Izanagi is the main programmer. Yeah. And looks like Jojo and Izanami are doing the Chinese and Korean translations. Testing. So it's predominantly two people, and then the others handle logistics. Oh, and yeah, like money management stuff, I suppose. Izanami is CEO. What happens when you step in here? Does it just take you back? I see. No, I think this is the soft launch. This is as far as the soft launch goes. So it'll be a while. It'll be a while till we see the rest of the... It's hard to say because... Wait, actually, excuses. You played the demo, right? How far does the demo go? Does it go up to this too? Like, they have a soft launch, but I imagine this is the state in which they're launching somewhere close to this in terms of the content. They hadn't listed any other prefectures yet, so I'm guessing that's their target, their next target thing, possibly. that build though. Yeah. The whole of Japan. You haven't gotten too far yet? So far everything's the same? Alright, alright. Yeah. So yeah, that's a wrap. Do I want to make a... I don't know how to get this guy out of the lighthouse. I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't think you can. No. Oh, never mind. Oh, that's just a quest. Oh, this is just a quest icon. Never mind. This is the main quest icon. That makes sense. Well, that's it. Oh, it was so short-lived. I would say if they're doing rolling and free updates for the extend of the time, let's actually change this up. I'm gonna say something about this, so let's change gear. Not necessarily change gears off this, but let's do some summary, some closing remarks, because we're gonna end up coming back, right? Let's... Okay, so let me pull up... Let me pull up something to write with here. Give me a sec. We'll play some tunes. put some tunes in background. Okay, so let's do a quick summary. We'll call this. Okay, so I haven't done this before where I haven't ever like play test something or played something that isn't the final product, and I imagine it's fairly close. So let's do a quick summary. So we're just gonna call this initial impressions, right? Initial impressions. I do like my alliterations. So we can say that, what was it? We're gonna say it was like approximately like 60 kanji, right? Just pretty substantial in the first area. So 1 prefecture. I think it had there was a tally somewhere. I'm gonna say it's like it feels somewhere between 150 to 200 words, right? Grammar points are kind of a little difficult to quantify. I'm going to say 30 grammar points. So that's kind of what we're looking at. And you kind of do like 1 prefecture, so 1 master, so to speak. And my runtime, even doing like reviewing and random talking, including, I think my runtime was about 10 hours. Although realistically, because of the way I interact with video games and whatnot, I think most people will probably get 2 or 3 hours if they're playing as a game, right? So I think some of the highlight features, I would say some of the highlight features, definitely voice. And what I mean by that is it's not so much the quality of the recording per se, of recording, but the idea that it is recorded by a voice actor. And not so much in the sense of acting per se, but functional comprehension. So I feel like that's one of the features that I would have to emphasize. So the individuals that are responsible for recording the voices, they are taking a functional approach. So like so whether they are actors or not in the scheme of like portraying something or whatnot, generally they're going with a functional approach. So for better or for worse, I think the pacing is slower. Like the pacing, like speech, right? Slower speech, which is nice. And I would say it's quite articulate. It really does have that comprehensible input feel to it, which is very functional. So that's one of the features, right? So if one thing when someone says like, oh, what is the audio like? I'm going like, what is the voice like? If someone was saying like, oh, is it cool? Is it exciting? It's like, well, no. Well, no, it's not. It's voice acting for the idea of being functional for like comprehensibility, right? So you're not gonna get like, I don't know, Brock and sorry Nintendo and Game Freak, but you're not gonna have like Brock and Misty yelling and emoting all the time with their voices, right? That's not the type we're talking about. So for the purpose of instructional, I like that, in my opinion, they took that approach. You could make an argument that there's a trade-off. It's like, well, you're going to throw around the word natural, right? But natural in what sense? I haven't tackled this meta understanding of natural, because most of the time people just yell at you for saying that that's not a human that's speaking, so it's not natural. It can't be construed as natural because it's not a human speaker. Well, now it is a human speaker, yet you'll still encounter this concept of natural, right? And personally, I like that they went for more functional than natural. But you can argue that the way they're pronouncing all the things and whatnot are natural. Now, do the person sound natural in that situation? Probably not. I mean, unless I'm so out of my depth that Japanese people constantly speak at a very modest, casual cadence regardless of the situation, that could be a thing. I mean, it's hard to imagine that there's a whole country filled with humans that are emotionless when they speak, right? So in the sense, it's incredibly natural in the sense of their pitch accent. It really does sound nice. Like when I'm in the evening outside of my like SRS practice, right, with Duolingo, with synthetic voices and whatnot, even Shashinko's synthetic voice that they use, that is the more trained and globally used one, you can still hear the differences, right? And it's kind of nice. I wouldn't say it's substantially, I wouldn't, it's great to have in this game. Hearing it after a while and hearing what I think it sounds like or what I want to say, I don't think it's significant. So this is kind of more like kudos to the developer for going the extra mile, right? Because it is very difficult to have time to go the extra mile these days for this kind of thing. And what I heard, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a lowball estimate because I still can't discern intonation, not the intonation of like pitch accent, but the tone of the person's voice. I'm gonna say there was like 5, maybe less. I'm gonna say it sounded like there's less than 5 people offering their read. So you can hear prominently at least 2 adults, like 2 people who voice most of the adult people, and then there's 2 for kids. There is a chance that it's the same people that are doing both, right? Because you can still, if you're a voice actor or someone who's excellent at reading, you can still elevate your pitch in order to sound smaller, right? Younger. So it's pretty clear that there is a young female and a young male, and then at least a male and female voice, and then maybe at least one or two like really one-offs NPC characters, right? So it's a small operation. It could be the same person where they're not a voice actor, but they read something up and they up pitch in post, which even if you up pitch your voice, like the recording, if you record a whole line and you take it and you up pitch it to make it sound like you're younger, like a little kid, all the pitch accent stuff will still stay consistent because you're just elevating all of the pitches. So that might be an approach. They could save resources and whatnot. So it's very functional. You're not gonna write home about it, but it's very functional. And in terms of music, like another feature would be music. I feel like I want to give a nod to this. So it looks like over half the tracks are mixed and made by Amurat's, right? Amurat's one of the developers, and then the rest are versions of public domain classical music, which is a little nice touch. I think it's very functional. I like the originals. It has like a lot of it's pretty clear where the person's inspiration comes from, right? So it is original music and public domain music. So very friendly to anyone who wants to like share experiences with this. These are part of the features too. Let's see. I haven't really thought this out, so we're gonna have to. Organization is an excellent feature in my opinion. They have the groundworks of how kanji is sorted already implemented. They already implemented a search, like a keyword search. I don't know how. I didn't try it out. A keyword search. How like flexible it is in order to search, but the filters are pretty great. They have all the relevant filters, like what level it is, what type of topic, subject, and the dictionary. So they have a kanji dex, right? Kanji dex, and as well as a dictionary. And collectively all the lessons. Like the organization is fantastic. Now, the UI might need a little TLC because of the sizing and all that stuff. However, the organization is fantastic. I think these are the features that are really, really going to be the thing that pops up all the time. Maybe less so the music. I was just pumping it in with the audio. But I think the main feature, the most excellent features are the functional voice acting, and the organization. Now, the other feature is you have context-based language learning, right? And I think there's still some requirements for suspension of disbelief. So it's since this is a Japanese from zero project, it will feel as though you need to suspend some disbelief of your age and your experience in order to contextualize the stuff. But I think what they did is fantastic. It's pretty fantastic. In fact, I do kind of like how they also attempt to blend gaming mechanics, but spin it so that it basically unapologetically incorporates use of Japanese into the actual game mechanic. Like, for example, the introduction of position, you know, outside, inside. So descriptors. Basically, whenever my favorite parts were whenever they crossed a set of descriptors, it's very clear that they worked around it. They looked how to do it. Like, what are great ways to make it so that it's very natural? Like, you know, up, above, right? Above, below, left, right. And it's not quite one-to-one. That's the point, because it's very difficult to do that. And then they switch to like north, right? North, south, west, east. And then the last little like gym thing, you know, the hideout gym thing, was they found very wonderful ways to test what you learned so far in each area. So it's very, very excellent. Now, the reason why this is lower, in my opinion, when it comes to context-based stuff, is we have to remember that this is also a, I guess, edutainment. And content is both it can become both an asset or a bane. Now, that's where I want to share. I want to I want to touch upon some of the conservative concerns that I have, like thoughts that I have, and it does deal with. This isn't supposed to be comprehensive, but the thought that constant lingers in my head is on the topic of content. Now, I love the passion. There's definitely love, love, passion that goes into this game. You can really tell, in my opinion, that goes into this game. At least I feel so. However, they did mention 2.5 years, right? On and off working on their free time, these 4 peeps. And one thing that is, I'm going to say one thing that is relentless, maybe relentless, or maybe sometimes it may appear uncompromising when entering like this type of industry, right? Entering a game industry, in a sense, is that it deals with content volume. And much like lots of indie games do have a bit of a leniency. So you know that it's self-published, right? It's self-published. It's worth re-emphasizing all the time. I try to emphasize it as much as I can, right? Self-published, small group, possibly even like solo or duo primary devs, right? In the programming side of things. And then you have to like, do they even have logistics? Right, logistics, marketing team, someone who's a business expert. Sometimes dev teams roll with it. They learn. They end up learning. Either in my opinion, get lucky with collaborations, or they burn. They get burned down by the lack of logistics, marketing, and business skills. And it looks like they do have someone who's handling that, right? That group is assembled to be a little bit well-rounded. Because in the end, when you have self-published small groups, yeah, sure, the content comes out, it rolls, right? It's rolling updates. And then they have to be periodically acceptable rolling updates, periodic. So at this point on, when they launch their game, right, it's the end users often are very uncompromising. incredibly uncompromising, and periodic regular updates is going to be a thing the moment they launch the game. Otherwise, this game will largely fade into obscurity, which happens more than I like to admit I've witnessed, right? So end users are kind of uncompromising. And now here's the downside, right? When they launch, if they manage to create a sustainable community, eventually they're going to have to tackle logistics, marketing, and business and resources. So we'll see where that goes. So we'll leave it at that, right? That's one of the concerns that one must follow if you're gonna support or invest in a product that's rolling, aka like I would still refer to this as live service, because eventually it has to need some sort of upkeep and to support the project indefinitely. Right now it is crowdfunded to the most extent. Patreon crowdfunded, right? So we'll see how long they manage to keep that. The one thing I want to say is it's a double edge, because now if we're taking the end user, I really enjoy the Japanese culture. I love it for what it is. However, the end user, what is the target end user of this game? And this is where the however comes in, right? The target audience. What is the target audience? Well, this is a from zero Japanese learning, right? For Japanese learner. So it's not necessarily, it can be, which they already mentioned, it can be used for students in Japan, like younger audience, right? So either from zero Japanese learner, right? And usually these people are going to be older, or they have some success. They mentioned some success where young, very young Japanese people, like kids, Japanese kids, right? So this would be the major target audience. However, generally speaking, the soft launch, the launches that we're talking about, I think the largest audience is not going to be Japanese kids. It's going to be older Japanese learners who are looking for a from zero experience. Regrettably, in my opinion, or something that they will have to contend with, is it's Japanese. And having used Duolingo for over 130 days and sharing that experience, there's no way around it. For Japanese is fantastic for what it is, but at the same time, people who are interested in the Japanese language tend to also be interested in cultural, like its cultural aspects. And there is a very strong correlation for like work ethic. We'll call it a work ethic passion. And often this translates very strongly to high standards. And we're talking about like high standards in the sense of both the best of both worlds. So something that is constantly of high quality, and this is where it gets a little tricky, that's my concern, high quantity. Right? So when this game launches, their target audience are going to be Japanese learners who happens to be end users that like games, like video games. And video games have turned into a sense of incredible entitlement and high expectations. It's not the fault of anyone, really. The high expectations come from long-lasting relational gaming industry standards. Like, for example, what do people think about when they think about a soft launch of an indie game that promises rolling updates for free on a one-time purchase. They think of Terraria, Slay the Spire. Like, Don't Starve. So there's a lot of like normalization. So you're gonna be targeting younger audience, like slightly younger audience. It's not me. I'm obviously not the target audience, but I love it anyways because I like education. So I like this game for the idea of its educational potential. And I don't think I represent the target audience very much. Generally is younger. So we're gonna say 18 to 23, if not even as young as 16, because they have to have access to either their own way of purchasing things, mobile phones. Otherwise, if you're younger than 16, you're a very privileged kid who has adults around you that are providing everything, right? But otherwise, it's a young adult who has access to mobile plan and can afford to upkeep on a game, right? Based on faith. And these younger adults have standards of these things, right? Terraria, Slay the Spire, Don't Starve. So you're competing with, it's not fair. I understand how this sounds. It's like, well, how is it fair that a game that's just launching now being compared to a game that has over 10 years of development for free at the whim and passion of a very, very collective and dedicated group, right? Like Stardew Valley, for example, right? All these. Well, it's not fair. That's why I'm highlighting my concerns, because this is what happens to devs when they are marketing games towards this group, right? And now we have to take into the account that this is not just any gamers who would be okay with like playing an indie game that just released and just wait for stuff. We're talking about people who are interested in Japanese. So it's not just any game, because you don't need to know Japanese culture or be interested in Japanese or resonate with Japanese work ethic and whatnot to enjoy Stardew Valley, Terraria, Slay the Spire, Don't Starve, and whatnot. They can be entirely English, not really like Alaska, you know, a mix. It would be like a casual crowd and a hardcore crowd put together. This group, when they're learning Japanese, I would say the vast majority of it have this reflexive Japanese culture of being hardcore. And what I mean by that is, again, back to higher standard. So now you have this audience, right? You have this audience, and you're going to release a game soon, a soft launch, and they cleverly chose New Zealand. I don't know why is it New Zealand and Belgium, but it's gonna be a soft launch. So they're gonna test the waters before they do a full launch, right? A steady full launch, and then the Steam timetable got pushed forward. I looked at the store page again today so I could make some comments. It's been pushed to Q1 2025. So it's no longer Q4. I feel like this might be a blessing in disguise for delaying the game. And that comes to my last point where my concern is, and that's content. So the current amount of content. So if the build that I played the last 3 days, right? If this is the build, if it's close in terms of the content, a mobile launch is not too bad. A mobile launch is not too bad. So we're talking about a $5 USD, like a $5, like a 5 USD 5 USD mobile launch title, right? I think that kind of blends in with the other mobile, like app store stuff, and that can work well because the mobile audience, right, the end user in the mobile audience has a differing standard, so I can see it fly with that. My biggest concern is that if they launch on Steam, it's gonna get hit pretty hard. And if it were to pick up, like, this is assuming if it picks up, right? I would say realistically, if it's launching Q1, right, 2025 in the state that I played, you'll have your indie lovers like myself, where I personally would wait any amount of time. Basically, you take my money, and it's investment forward. I know that this game, if it stays afloat, it will get updates, right? It's why I bought Stardew Valley. You know, it's why I bought Terraria. It's actually why I bought Minecraft, actually, when it was like closed alpha / beta. So the idea is you have enough people, hopefully by word of mouth or something, that will invest in the project and continue to support its updates as it rolls out. And at some point, then it gets picked up by, like, I don't know, media or some sort of virality, right? Something that makes it a bit more viral. And then they can address and hopefully be able to have a product that warrants whatever price they're going to place the game at, right? Right now, there's no evidence of a price, which is going to be very, very difficult, because the current game in its state, if I had to be modest about the end user, especially a Steam user, who is also a Japanese learner, and likely going to be 18 plus, this game, they would expect the game for free. That's how like concerning this is, right? This, what I played, would be considered a demo, and that is a little worrisome. I would say for me, for my sub, if I got 10 hours, which I did, and probably more, generally I am willing to 10 USD it 1-to-1, right? And I don't represent any of this group. We're talking about a group of people who even go out of their way to criticize and attack free products, quote unquote free products. So it can be a very daunting uphill battle. You're either going to charge a price while holding standards up to games like Terraria, or you choose to go free and have to provide content on the scale of Duolingo with a small group to stay relevant. That's kind of absurd, right, to expect, because we're talking about Japanese now. It's not that this content is unspoiled. And what I mean by that is, if they're going to advertise it as a game as opposed to a Japanese learning app, right, or game, then you would be in the realm of mechanics, like game mechanics and engagement. So that would come with other things, right? other things, which would sideline learning. So basically, game mechanics, game mechanics and production. So then you would be competing for story, right? Production, sound, audio, right? A unique experience, which is independent of the learning aspect. In a way, basically Shashinko. You have to make the vibe, the presentation, the TLC in the programming side of things to shine. But I don't think that's the approach they're taking, which is, in my opinion, very refreshing, because then it's different. It's different from being a game first and foremost versus that. And games are predicated on content as well, but not as much as how they feel and what, like, how to remain engaged. Now, so that's going to be the tough part, right? So basically their content is still framed around the Japanese language, which for all intents and purposes is considered public domain. And when it comes to end users, especially young end users, if something is already public domain, it should be free and easily programmable and accessible. So you even have a massive corporation like Duolingo pumping out as much content as they can possibly can, because the actual language is public domain per se. It still costs a lot of money. I'm saying this is what people view language like. Like, it costs nothing to even take something and put it into your game. It does. It requires research, it requires experts, it requires teachers, lots of people to curate and place it in the game. You know, the complaint that, oh yeah, this is inaccurate, oh, this pitch accent is not correct, or these things, that costs a lot of money. It stacks up very, very quickly. However, even the most hardcore, in my opinion, people who are very learned Japanese speakers do not run companies, nor do they program games and cells and stuff, can, in my opinion, experience or understand the scope of expense disseminating information and curating that stuff. So when a bug comes up, for me, it's like, oh, it's a bug, but I know the right answer. I mean, this pitch accent's kind of off, I understand, but I can, you know, find other resources to cooperate with it. Because to keep certain things free and constantly rolling in content, they either go above and beyond what the critics might expect of themselves, you know, to do things free and then be always correct and perfectly running and stuff for free still, or you pay for it, right? And this is where I feel like learning apps like indie devs is going to have a hard time. And I personally am kind of like, it hurts, it hurts me to say this all the time, because it's their free time. However, it requires, I don't know where they're going to go with this, but it's going to require more, unfortunately, more than just free time. Right? I said this earlier, maybe 2 or 3 days ago. It would be amazing if someone can do both. Like, it takes a very extraordinary number and group of human beings to be able to juggle their day job and be able to support an indie project that is constantly ongoing. You either that becomes your job or you hire someone to do that. And that's where corporations like Duolingo goes public, and you know that it negotiates. That's kind of the deal, right? That's, and oftentimes this falls by the wayside because of the competitive process in the gaming industry, and it conditions end users to expect something that they take for granted. They're entitled, they're privileged. Most of the comments that will shut down an indie project very early on, let alone a large corporation, is that fire that end users start with, right? A small fire becomes a giant, it kindles a giant ember of negativity. Like, oh yeah, the developer, they probably abandoned the project. It takes them forever to release the content. It's been like 3 weeks. Or it's been a month. I think nowadays the average wait time for a rolling game in indie is 3 months. 3 months, caps half a year. If it passes half a year, you'll start hearing like negativity and notions of the developers abandoning their project. Like, oh, it's not worth it. I got ripped off. I paid for this and didn't get anything. Meanwhile, most of the supporters would be those who have unconditional. They just give you, like for me, if I purchase something, I'm not holding them to anything. I voluntarily have purchased it, right? That does not stop the vast majority of vocal minority, in my opinion, vocal minorities are end users like this, right? It's one of those things like nowadays people go up to people and say, hey, what is the worst game you've ever played? I'm like, well, I don't go out of my way to play bad games, right? I go out of my way to believe in games, play them, and see it for what it is. Time well spent. Somehow games have become an obligation and a entitlement to individuals, especially younger audiences now, where they're like, oh yeah, I paid $50. This game should have blown my mind. It's $50. I'm like, well, you voluntarily paid $50 for privilege to spend your free time that you chose to spend play that game. You could have instead, right? Could go to your job, get a job, and work and make something else instead of playing the game. Playing video games is a privilege. It's something that is optional for the vast majority of people, right? But I don't think that stops end users these days from seeing it that way. So this is my biggest concern. Just as a quick summary, one of the biggest concern is content. They are teaching Japanese, and the first thing I will probably hear is, where's the rest of the content? This is N5. Where's N4? Where's N3? Where's N2? For a game that's teaching Japanese, it only teaches barely an N5 content. Like, oh, like I have to play like this game starts at N5. I'm already N3. I don't want to play through this content. It's too easy for me. Like, it's definitely not worth my time if I can't even skip to the content I care about. Or even more devastating, when they launch, they're immediately going to get hundreds of questions from any Japanese learner, because Japanese learners are very vocally by the numbers. They're going to ask, what does this cover? Not what will this cover. It's what does it cover now, right? And you saw what I listed to the top left. Immediately, that will probably destroy the chance of them being interested in this, because the coverage does not reach a milestone, even the bottom line milestone at the moment, right? What is a bottom line milestone? How to package the content you have now with a semblance of completion. So I think what they did really well so far is to use the idea of prefectures and like the whole like gym grandmaster thing as a way to make it feel like, okay, this is one bundle, this is one chapter. That's a really nice thing they're trying to do. It's going to be difficult. It works for video games, as in like games with fictional concepts, because you don't actually see the end line or what that looks like, right? Unless someone explicitly says it. Like if Game Freak releases a Pokemon game and say, oh, you're going to become a Pokemon master by defeating 4 gym leaders. All those 4 gym leaders are going to be in the product. Now, the thing about Pokemon and fictional games is that they could say any number of objectives. If it is in their product, then they get a free pass. As in, oh, okay, so if they complete the journey, right? I call it completing the journey. But most kiddos these days is complete the game, right? If they complete the game, anything that's in the game that is mentioned must be completed. So, yeah, I'm sure everyone sees where I'm going with this about the problem here. Japanese, the language itself, is open source. We're just gonna call it open source, right? So when someone buys a game learning about Japanese, you're going to be swarmed by, where's the rest? Where's the rest? Right? I'm not buying this, or like, this game barely hits N5, question mark, right? Where's the rest of the course? You know, it's basically every question that Duolingo themselves, even as a major corporation, get criticized for every single time, every single day. It's like, hey, you didn't cover this. Where's grammar? Where's grammar? Where's more voice lines? Where's additional features? And then where's the rest of Japanese, right? It's already spoiled. So if the content is solely going to be based on Japanese, it's going to be incomplete. It's going to constantly feel incomplete. And so when they launch, it's going to be a race against time over and over again, right? Oh, hey, I finished the Prefecture 1. This is the struggle of live service models, by the way. I finished Prefecture 1 in 2 hours. So the time starts right there. At the end of 2 hours, on average, your time starts. How long, and you have to ask yourself, how long is your target audience going to wait after that? Many live service games, what they attempt to do, and by guilty as charged, it's not even, it's a very open known secret. Live service tries to stretch, right? Stretch their content by way of various things, and if you like it or not, which is things like time gates, right? Time gates. There is some semblance of time gating in this game already, but I actually think it's a really real time gate, as in a resting time gate, you know, just an encouragement to rest. Also, the smart tests are on timers, right? That's one of the silver linings for being a learning process. Learning process does require actual literal time of the person to rest and consolidate. SRS requires rest. That's what makes a model like Wanikani very clever. because when you burn something, you have to wait and then come back, right? And it's a win-win in a sense. You have to encourage a person to leave time and space for when you're not engaged in a thing and then come back to see how the retention is, right? So there is some elements already set in stage for this game where you want to come back. Your mastery points, you can't master until you take rest and then come back and see how much you retain, right? That's the whole mastery thing. The question is, how long will that sustain? And live service models, that's what they do. They set up lots of mechanics, lots of different hubs, and then they rotate groups to develop each of those parts. And they do rolling updates so that they can estimate, do we have enough to on and off occupy our player base for a month, and then they're fine with playing the same content for another 2 months because we designed it in a way where you have to like farm or collect or aggregate things. In this case, this would be mastery points at the moment for the design of Wagotabi, right? And then personal satisfaction. But personal satisfaction is for all games. Anything you're doing for personal satisfaction is like that extra silver lining. So this part is really tough to say, because if they're launching with one prefecture on Steam, and the only people that are going to be interested likely are Japanese language learners, right? Prospective Japanese learners. You're going to have not only, Duolingo is backed by casuals, right? Any casuals. It has such a low barrier that when you have this target audience, regardless of how vocal this target audience is, Duolingo has already got locked down by the casual backer. Millions of casual backers. So regardless of how word or mouth it is, Duolingo can stand up, right? It has a social media presence. They invest appropriately, in my opinion, in creating presence. In an indie game, you do not have that luxury, right? This is your starting target audience. So when someone comes up and say, I'm going to be asked this question, like, I'm going to play this game, by the way. I believe in this project, but it's going to be the same things I'm going to encounter every time I start up a Duolingo stream. Every single day, there's always going to be a chance that 2 or 3 people come back and say, hey, there are better resources out there. Why do you care about using this product? It's the worst product. It doesn't even include all the content. Its content is like so slow and doesn't introduce anything. It's like, you could do this for free and this for free and combine these 2 things and do more than that. You don't have to support this product. Just let Duolingo die. That's gonna be the type of concern and argument you're going to see for this game. Actually, I am happy to say, like for Shashinko, that developer, because of its game-centric forward quality, they were able to pick up Nintendo, like a Nintendo distribution. In this case, I don't know if that's going to be as provocative, right? There's an element of not being bound by the Japanese language that Shoshinko has. It's a very notable experience. This experience is pretty good for me. I love this experience, but it's not going to stop someone from coming up and asking me, hey, can I learn Japanese with this? Well, I'm speaking to someone who's either really deeply interested in Japanese, because otherwise they wouldn't find someone like where I'm talking to myself most of the time, or 1 or 2 people. Their question really means, can I use this video game to reach at least minimally a conversational level? That's kind of the bottom line a lot of times, if not more. I know, ridiculous, in my opinion. sorry, not sorry. It's actually quite a ridiculous thing to come up to someone and say, hey, you're playing a video game. Can I become conversational with this one thing? Like, well, the answer is no. The answer is no for all of the things, right? Can you do it with only Anki? No. Can you do it with only immersion? No, I disagree. Not with only immersion as well, but whatever that means. So the idea is that is enough to make people disinterested. Their target audience. You'll get like these guys will definitely get my money no matter what. I'm in it in the sense that I like to evaluate products, and having a product of special interest is worth my money, regardless of what the experience and the outcome is. I can use it for like scholastic intellectual enrichment. I don't care if it's too easy. If you're only evaluating something based on its content, then you are not talking to the right person. You're not really communicating to me. There's far more than what is intended, right? Like, I look beyond. I like to figure out what they intend, and I look beyond that. That's how I come up with ideas, right? And so the problem here is, if X methods don't work, then how would you recommend getting conversational if X methods don't work? I don't know. You know, like if someone because I'm not conversational yet, I wouldn't know. So if I had to recommend something, I would advise them to the most credible person or the people that I'm constantly deferred to. So you can't ask someone who isn't conversational to be able to provide or recommend something that leads to conversation. And it won't stop someone from asking me that. So my best answers would be to find out, to suggest as best as an informed decision as I can for them to find someone who's able to provide a more comprehensible or comprehensive answer. It's not me. I'm not qualified to give that. That does not prevent someone from asking, though. And when someone asks me, oh, do you recommend this game to learn Japanese? I'm like, the best I can say is, I can tell you what's in it. I can tell you what's in the game. Whether that's a recommendation or not, that is the informed thing that I can say. This game has the things that I listed. It's actually on their website, by the way. They tell you it's somewhere on their website. I was just recalling what's on their website. So their launch can be rough. I absolutely love it. They work with teachers. Presumably. This project, if there's a way I can recommend this, right? If there's a way I can recommend this, is the way I got like excuses and other people no excuses to be interested in it, is the idea that they say they're claiming they work with teachers. Lots of teachers, both native and non-native. Native and non-native, right? They are testers. And then there are teachers who actually use this product to initially engage, Japanese teachers, like teachers who teach Japanese, right? As well as they have partnership with Japan, like places in Japan, which is fantastic. It's unique. And it will cost money and take time, right? So I can recommend this product based on the notion that these things exist, which you can't say for sure that applies to every other product. So that would be how I would attempt to recommend the product. Do you want to review something? It's probably it's the same spiel that I give for Duolingo. Do you want to review something? Do you want to be reminded of things you already know and enjoy it in a different manner that you would otherwise don't? Because most people would see it that way, in my opinion. Like, oh, I study with Wanikani and I study with Anki, and it's like, what would you recommend Duolingo to me, for example? It's like, well, if you want to experience an unnatural way that you're already naturally learning, it's a way to review things and see things from a different perspective by engaging in the vocabulary and the stuff you already did in a manner that you're not familiar with, because people don't like that and it's not natural, and etc. Whatever criteria you want to place on it, it's something that you haven't done. So if you have some free time and you want to engage in the language you're learning in a different way, not in like your ideal way, like, oh, you wanted human beings, well, Duolingo is not for you, so I can't recommend that for you. If you're interested in academically and intellectually engaging in whatever you want to engage, then I can recommend it. So I would ask the person, hey, do you want to play a video game that covers the basics of, I don't know, 1/4 of N5 Japanese? I know you're already N2 or N1, or you're too mature and too expert for this stuff, but hey, do you want to play a video game? Do you like video games? And you want to see your language or your interest in a different light. It's kind of like someone comes up and say, oh yeah, I can't watch cartoons anymore. I'm too old to watch cartoons. I still watch cartoons. I still watch animation, but not almost in the sense of new discoveries, but what I can learn from cartoons and animations to educate younger people who likes those cartoons and educate like those cartoons and animation. It's kind of like that same person that says, yeah, anime is not real life, so like it's not real. I would watch anime because I need to understand, like I could use that information to educate people. This is what Wagotabi is. They're trying to introduce things in a different perspective. I would say the vast majority of Japanese people are hardcore, like Japanese language learners are hardcore. So when they see something too gamified, they immediately think that they're not working hard enough, or they're going to try, in my opinion, to be a self-fulfilled prophecy, more so than the product might not work at all. I'm not saying that if the product works or not. I'm saying it's even worse than that. If the product doesn't work, then chances are, even if it worked to some extent, it would probably still not work, because you're uphill battle of gamification. Gaming is not often considered as learning. People do not apply learning to gaming. So this team will have to negotiate that. I actually learned a lot from this game, even though it might be too easy for me. For example, it covers things, but there are little bits and things that I pick up, and those things are very rewarding to me, and I enjoyed the experience. So I can recommend to anyone who's intellectually curious on how to make learning Japanese feel like a game, as opposed to the hardcore pick up a textbook and whatnot. You think it's a matter of density? That's fair enough. Your priorities are somewhere else. They may make Wagotabi out to be just a Japanese learning material, forgetting at the end of the day is still an indie game. Yeah. Then vice versa, making it out to just being a boring indie game when it's also there to teach Japanese. Because yeah, you learn a bit from games, obviously. Well, I learned more than just Japanese from playing a video game. But yes, obviously, I learned a bit of Japanese from a video game. I think that's what you're referring to when you say a matter of density. So a matter of density of the Japanese, the thing that is offering. All the stuff that I'm talking about now has very little to do with the Japanese I'm learning. So what I mean is the literal thing that I learned from the game is not what populates 40 to 50% of my practice or commentary that I'm making right now. I'm talking about behavior, target audience, marketing, the current state of video games at the intersection of language learning, right? So the little bit of Japanese that I learned, obviously, is not in here. I didn't even write down what I learned from the game yet. In fact, it is a little bit. And yet, I really loved my experience. And I learned a lot. Not a lot of Japanese. I learned a lot from what a Japanese learning game could look like, at least in my vision. So that's very educational. And that's why I don't include my opinion about this. And I wouldn't use my opinion as a recommendation, because the people who are looking at this game, in my opinion, is what No Excuses said. They will make Wagotabi out to be a Japanese learning material and not for the sake of like mutually exclusive, instead of being like more than one thing. Like, it's not just a thing to teach Japanese. It has to incorporate game design and whatnot to make it entertaining, right? It's both. So when someone is hyper focused on quantifying what constitutes as contributing to density, then yeah, it can be simply, it could be potentially a matter of density, which is how dense the content is, the Japanese itself. At least in my opinion. I feel that's what you were alluding to, like the amount of Japanese, the Japanese that's being learned. I learned that it's really funny to think of above and below as up and down in that RAF section, but I think that's a really clever way of using cardinal directions before you learn cardinal directions. I also like when they retroactively strategically replace all the English in the UI elements as you learn the words that are supposed to be there. So they deliberately used English words that aren't classically in video game menus and items in the video game menus, because they know that when they introduce those terms, they can replace them early, which is really creative. Or my favorite, one of the ones that stick out early in the game, is when they use this little mini quest thing where the dog moved around, which the dog naturally moves around, right? And you want to play with the dog, and you're supposed to say where the dog is with respect to you, like when you're talking to that other person. Those are the charming things that I enjoy, but they will constantly be, in my opinion, likely underappreciated by the creativity that's necessary for that. Those things take time, in my opinion. So no, like, you probably know what's, asoko, koko, and soko, right? You like, oh yeah, I'm already over this. Like, I already know these terms. I need more terms. We need to learn more terms at a faster pace. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, hey, that's pretty cool. That's a really cute thing. And then you see the dog move to different locations. And so it's, in my opinion, it's not just about the Japanese, but that won't stop people from doing that. Duolingo is not just about the Japanese, or it's not just about the language itself, right? That's why it's interesting. I'm not learning only the language, at least in my opinion. I I don't expect others to do this. Is what I'm also saying that. I don't expect the vast majority of it because I stream and learn Japanese for also a different purpose, right? It's not just learning Japanese, which I like to emphasize again. It's making commentary like this. I like how creative people are trying to do more than one thing with the stuff. As an end user, you are focused on your interest only most of the time, right? And I am guilty of that too. Only my intended end user experience isn't primarily focused on acquiring a language, I suppose. And it's not secondary either. It's more like a mixed bag. It's more than meets the eyes. And this is what makes this commentary, to myself at least, purposefully interesting. I note all these things so that maybe I can properly respond to someone. So yes, I do agree that if X method don't work, what would I recommend? Well, I can't, basically. I can't recommend anything because I don't have that experience. Maybe seeking advice from someone who has might be it. It will likely not help this game that I played. If you go to a conversational person, they're going to say the things that made them conversational. Sometimes to the extent where that person will only say those things and not the things that they have, like, not things that they're not familiar with, right? Just like I cannot recommend anything from a distance if I have no experience with it, at least in my opinion. I would not be comfortable with staking my reputation on something that I haven't used wholeheartedly. I can defer people to other people who have experience with it. So whenever someone says, what do you think of Wanikani? Well, I haven't used it myself, but I can tell you that several people have approached me about Wanikani. Perhaps one of them is here to provide some sort of recommendation or insight, right? And in this state of the matter, I love this game. I hope, realistically, if they have a 3-month roadmap, a 3-month rotational roadmap, so we're hoping like maybe break into blocks, so like 2 blocks of development per prefecture. So that means one maybe every 6 months, ideally, one prefecture is released, right? So we're saying by the time they reach their goal of 5 prefectures to cover N1, this would be 2.5 years, 2.5 years. So that's very conservative. 2.5 years to cover, sorry, N5, not N1, N5. I misspoke. N5, right? So what does that look like for me? Well, in 2.5 years, where am I going to be in 2.5 years if I keep learning Japanese at the pace I'm learning? I'm probably still going to be ahead of wherever their projections are, right? Modestly, even modestly. I have no way of telling if I'm going to accelerate my learning at any time. I'm actually being as casual as I can possibly be, and I still think I'm going to outpace their a modest timeline for game development when it comes to capturing the core of Japanese, right? And they do have a roadmap that says they are interested in covering N4, right? So maybe when 5 years down the line, if this is sustainable, I will be able to revisit this game again periodically over and over again for review. So that's where my recommendation will likely realistically end up, where play this game, have fun playing it, review, reinvent. Maybe it'll inspire you to gamify your own study experiments. Even encourage people to visit Japan, by the way. A secondary objective of this developer is to introduce Japanese facts. In fact, there's our people who visited Japan initially to visit these places. Like that small location there was a stopover for some people who are exposed to this. So that's kind of their idea too. They are collaborating with the prefectures to highlight notable places to increase, you know, exposure and interest in the culture as well. So there's also that, which is fantastic. And you can see that am I still going to be conservatively N5 in 2.5 years? I like to say no, but that's probably statistically unlikely that I'll still be N5 in 2.5 years. But going as slow as possible and dead end as possible, probably not N5 in 2.5 years, but I'm still gonna play the game. And then maybe 10 years down the line, it'll be like N3. It'll cover all the concepts up to N3 or something, if the project stays alive. Otherwise, ramp up. You ramp up, you expand, it takes off. Those 4 people end up becoming full-time devs, right? Full-time devs. And then you're starting to get into the neighborhood of things like Supergiant Games, right? You're managing a team, and then all the rest is history. We'll see where it goes. I really like this game. I tend to like any game that I decide to spend my time on, because it's not my job to play these games. So I want to keep that in mind, regardless of how much concern I have and all these like potential negativities. The last thing I tend to say as an initial impression is this game has, you know, 10 out of 10 potential. But since this is an initial build that I've played, it is technically an incomplete thing. People like numbers, so I'm going to say 10 potential. However, where it sits, if it was launched on Steam now, if I had to take a wager, it will get 8 to 9's range for indie backers. So indie sympathizers like myself. And it will probably get a 5 or a pass, which is a null score, a NA score, because you don't have purchases. For the enthusiastic Japanese learner that aren't these people, because the person will say, well, for whatever price it's listed, whatever price, it's not worth it. Go download Anki, spend that money on Genki textbook, and use free resources, because they're gonna view it as learning Japanese, right? That's kind of one of the brutal truths of this. Why language, like learning games in general, are not very popular. No excuses. I definitely look forward to the release and to see the changes and updates. I enjoy things like that about games, looking back and see how it progressed. Yeah, I love the journey. So, for better or for worse, live service is interesting in that manner. I still have yet to go back to things like Stardew Valley to see how it's like a shadow of its like the OG is a shadow of what it is today. Like I've played Stardew Valley in the first of its first year, and it just got updated 10 years in the future. So I look forward to constantly revisiting this game. Just like I still continue to revisit Neverwinter. In fact, just as a side plug, Neverwinter's next module, Mod 29, was accelerated. I didn't think I was gonna play a new module in another 3 months. It's landing in less than 2 weeks. I'm going back to it. I believe in long projects, and language learning is one of them. So here's to say that I don't know if I'm not saying I'm right or wrong, or I can predict the future. I, in my opinion, want to be so wrong about this. I want to be so wrong about this that Japanese learners do not go and butcher a game's motivation and a passion project because there's not enough content or not enough density, or the pace is too slow, which is basically equivalent to the content in gaming design, because the content's not rolling quickly enough. So I want to be incorrect about this. Absolutely. I think the future can be very bright for people who want to work on something and also collaborates with end users as they work on it. Like Duolingo. You know? The current state of Duolingo? Well, it changed again yesterday for me. It changed again. There was a change in the Japanese course and the Chinese course. So, for whatever it's worth, it can get worse, it can get better. If it gets worse, some people leave. If it gets better, some people stay, right? It's an ongoing process. What isn't an ongoing process is if the developers give up, right? Just as I won't give up on any person who's struggling, I will try really hard not to give up on them. If I cared, like if they truly trust me, I would try my best to not give up. I think in some way, these guys, my hope is that maybe in 3 years, we'll see a game that covers N5 to N3, and it will be glorious. Right. Actually, I expect to see Shashinko within the next year or two. I would like to see Shashinko have at least 2 or 3 additional maps, right? Locations before they've concluded their Shashinko series. Maybe. There's also a competing product. Kind of competing, so to speak. That would be interesting. So for now, we're gonna step away from Wagotabi. I think I might look over the. I think there are like 7 things that I can extract from the current Wagotabi in terms of the Japanese thing, like learning Japanese. I think there are 7 things I can extract from it, and then I'll add it to my knowledge when I'm doing Duolingo, right? And then if it comes up on Duolingo, then they coalesce. Like for example, the kanji for hana was simultaneous, both Shashinko, Wagotabi. You know, there's a lot of kanji that is now slowly coming up on Duolingo, that all the other ones, and I already know them. That's kind of the idea, right? It coalesces and they reinforce each other. So I look forward to playing a completed 5 prefecture I like to say sometime in Q2. I would ideally, if everything works out, in my opinion, Q2 2025 is when we will see 5 prefectures in all of N5. That's in half the time or less than that conservative rubric that I had, where they would have to release every 3 months a new prefecture, or faster than that, and they would launch with 2 prefectures next year in Q1. So then that would give them 1.5 years. I mean, you still can't hit the Q2 2025 by that time. So that would be a super optimistic thing, but I think that's to be expected. Yep. Hats off to the devs. Yeah, hats off to, what was it? Amurat's Izanagi, Izanami, and Jojo are their names. Yeah, good luck to them and everyone else that's working on the project. It's been a fun 3 days. 10-ish hours plus, right? And we're gonna switch gears now. 10 out of 10 potential, in my opinion. Alright.